Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The morning mist clung to the edges of Oakvale like ghostly fingers, reluctant to release the small human settlement from its grasp. Nella moved through it with practiced silence, her worn cloak pulled tight against the autumn chill, hood drawn low to conceal what the villagers must never see her slightly pointed ears. 20 years she had lived among humans, 20 years of hiding, of carefully rounded tips fashioned from wax when necessary, of excuses about a rare condition that made her ears sensitive to cold. 20 years of lies that had kept her alive. The village healer had raised her as her own after finding the infant abandoned at the forest's edge. Only Mother Wren knew the truth of what Nella was an elf child in a world where elves were both revered and reviled, depending on which side of the Great Divide one stood. Just herbs for the winter stores, Nella reassured the brawny guard at the village gate, offering a practiced smile that never quite reached her eyes. "I'll be back before midday bells," the guard nodded, his gaze lingering a moment too long. Nella had grown used to such looks. Her silver-flecked eyes and unusually graceful movements had always set her apart, marking her as different even when her heritage remained concealed. Once beyond sight of the gate, Nella abandoned the main path, slipping between ancient oaks that led to her private sanctuary, a small sunlit clearing where rare medicinal herbs thrived under her attentive care. Mother Wren had always marveled at Nella's inexplicable talent for coaxing plants to grow where they shouldn't, another secret carefully kept. It was there, kneeling among moon ferns and reaching for her harvesting knife, that the first spasm racked her body. White-hot pain lanced through her left wrist, as though molten metal were being poured over her skin. Nella bit back a scream, watching in horror as intricate patterns emerged on her flesh, silver lines forming themselves into an elaborate rune that pulsed within her light. "What by the seven kingdoms?" she whispered, tracing the mark with trembling fingers. A twig snapped in the forest, then another. Rapid footfalls approached from multiple directions. Instinct screamed danger before her mind could process why. Nella snatched up her gathering basket and fled deeper into the woods, away from Oakvale, away from the only home she had ever known. Something profound had changed. She felt it in her blood, in the way the forest suddenly seemed to whisper to her, guiding her steps across root and stone. The first arrow whistled past her ear, embedding itself in a nearby trunk. The second would have found her heart had she not inexplicably, impossibly sensed its path and ducked beneath a fallen log. There, the silver mark shines through her sleeve. A harsh voice called, "Do not lose the last embarrassel." Nella ran until her lungs burned and her legs threatened to buckle, the strange mark on her wrist glowing brighter with each passing moment. She didn't understand the name they had called her, didn't know why masked hunters pursued her through woods. She had wandered safely all her life. When the ground suddenly gave way beneath her feet, sending her tumbling down a steep ravine, Nella was certain her flight had ended. Pain exploded through her as she rolled, finally coming to rest at the bottom, the world spinning around her. "Poor form for royalty," a gruff voice commented dryly. "Though I'll grant you managed to lose those shadow cloaks for now." Nella's vision cleared slowly, revealing a stocky figure leaning on a massive warhammer. A dwarf, the first she had ever seen, his rust-colored beard elaborately braided, his armor bearing scars of countless battles. "Who?" she managed weakly. "Grimir Stoneshield," he replied with a curt bow that somehow managed to be both mocking and respectful. Mercenary, exile, and apparently royal babysitter, he extended a calloused hand, pulling her to her feet with surprising gentleness. "Why are they hunting me?" Nella demanded, gesturing frantically toward the ridge where her pursuers would soon appear. "What is this mark? And what did they mean by Amber Rassel?" The dwarf's weathered face grew solemn. "That, princess, is a rather long story, and one best told while moving." He gestured toward a nearly invisible path leading deeper into the wilderness. "Unless you'd prefer to stay and ask the shadow cloaks themselves." Above them, dark silhouettes appeared against the skyline, and Nella made her choice, following the mysterious dwarf into the shadowed heart of a forest that suddenly seemed full of secrets tied to her very blood. 3 days of hard travel had brought them to the edge of the withering, a vast expanse of cracked earth and skeletal trees that had once been the verdant heart of the elven realms. Now it stretched before them, like an open wound upon the land, the once mighty forest reduced to ash and dust. "This was Arvander," Grimir explained, his voice uncharacteristically gentle as Nella stared in horror at the desolation. "The great forest kingdom of the Elves." "Your ancestral home? What happened?" Nella whispered, an inexplicable grief clutching at her heart, though she had never known this place existed until now. "The great curse," Grimir replied grimly. 20 years ago, when the Amber Rassel dynasty was overthrown, he had explained much during their journey how Nella was no ordinary elf, but the last surviving member of the royal house, Amber Rassel, rulers of the elven realms for 10,000 years. How her family had been slaughtered during an uprising orchestrated by the dwarven council of mages and their allies among discontented elven nobles. "The rune on your wrist appeared on your 20th naming day," Grimir continued, "as it has for every royal heir since the First Age. It's a key of sorts." Nella studied the still glowing mark. "A key to what?" "The heart of Isildur, the most powerful artifact ever created by elven kind." Grimir's eyes gleamed with something between reverence and fear. "It was your ancestor, Queen Isildur the Wise, who foresaw the coming devastation and created an artifact of such power it could heal the land itself. But its location was lost with your family's fall. Until now," Nella murmured, understanding dawning. "This mark reveals its hiding place," Grimir nodded. "Which is why every assassin and treasure hunter in the 7 kingdoms now hunts you. The mark can be read only by those with the right knowledge, but its existence cannot be hidden. And you?" Nella fixed him with a penetrating stare. "Why are you helping me?" What does a dwarf mercenary care for elven royalty or magical artifacts? The dwarf's face darkened, and he turned away, gazing out over the blighted landscape. "My father was General Thorin Oakenshield," he said at last, each word seeming to cost him greatly. "The Butcher of Arvander," they called him afterward. "It was his armies that led the assault on your family's palace." Nella stepped back involuntarily, one hand reaching for the dagger at her hip. "I was barely more than a child," Grimir continued, "but old enough to understand the horror of what was done. Old enough to see that the promised new beginning was nothing but a mask for darker ambitions," his gnarled hands clenched into fists. "I've spent 20 years seeking atonement for the sins of my bloodline by finding me," Nella said softly, pieces falling into place. "By helping you reclaim your birthright and reverse the curse that is slowly killing what remains of both our peoples," Grimir corrected, turning back to face her. "The Council of Mages didn't just murder your family, they unleashed magic they couldn't control." The withering spreads each year, consuming elf and dwarf lands alike. A cold wind swept across the barren landscape, carrying the scent of decay. In the distance, storm clouds gathered, unnatural green lightning flickering within their depths. "We should move," Grimir urged, shouldering his pack. The border of the withering is no place to linger after dark, and we've a long journey ahead if we're to reach the sanctuary of the Whisperwood. "What's in the Whisperwood?" Nella asked, falling into step beside him. The exiled queen, Grimir replied grimly. "The last adult survivor of your house, your father's sister, Elysia. She alone might possess the knowledge to interpret the rune you bear, another of my kind," Nella whispered, hope and trepidation mingling in her heart. After 20 years believing herself alone, the prospect of meeting another of her blood, her actual family, was overwhelming. They made camp that night in the shelter of a massive, fallen stone monolith, some ancient elven waymarker now lying broken and half buried in the earth. As Nella watched Grimir methodically sharpen his axe by firelight, a question that had simmered for days finally found voice. "If your father led the attack on my family, why would your people exile you for seeking to right that wrong?" Grimir's hands stilled. "Because I stole something when I left," he said after a long pause. Something they valued above all else from within his armor. He withdrew a small leather pouch, untying it carefully to reveal a crystalline vial filled with swirling silver light. "A fragment of the dwarven heart forge," he explained, as Nella leaned closer, mesmerized by the dancing light. "Without it, the council cannot forge new weapons of power. It's also the final component needed to activate the heart of Isildur. Once we find it," Nella sat back, stunned by the magnitude of his sacrifice. "You betrayed your entire people for the sake of mine?" "For the sake of both our peoples," Grimir corrected firmly. "The withering does not discriminate between elf and dwarf. If it continues, we all face extinction." He returned the vial to its hiding place. "Besides, my father betrayed his honor and tainted our family name forever. I merely chose a different path." The night deepened around them, and as Nella took first watch, she found herself studying the mysterious rune on her wrist. For 20 years, she had lived as an outsider among humans, never understanding why she felt so different, so disconnected. Now, thrust into a world of ancient magic and royal bloodlines, pursued by assassins, and guided by the son of her family's killer, she faced a destiny larger than anything she could have imagined. The heart of Isildur waited somewhere in this broken land, the key to healing the withering and restoring balance to the world. But as the rune pulsed with silvery light, Nella couldn't shake the feeling that finding the artifact was only the beginning of her journey. For the exiled queen awaiting them in Whisperwood had her own designs for both the heart and the last true heir to the Amberassil throne designs that might prove far more dangerous than any curse or assassin's blade. Story 2. The hammer fell upon the glowing metal with a sound like thunder, each strike sending cascades of golden sparks dancing through the dim forge. Outside, beyond the thick stone walls of the ancient smithy, winter winds howled across the northern mountains, carrying snow that had fallen since the beginning of time. But here, in the heart of Irondeep, the legendary forge city of the Dwarves, Master Forgrim Stoneheart worked in a bubble of intense heat and concentration, his weathered hands guiding the hammer with precision that belied his 200 years. "The balance must be perfect," he muttered, his voice barely audible above the singing of metal. The blade remembers every strike, every intention. Behind him, watching with keen eyes, stood Durgan Ironfist, apprentice to the greatest weaponsmith the Seven Kingdoms had known in an age. Sweat beaded on his brow despite the bitter cold that crept through even these well-insulated walls. It wasn't the heat of the forge that made him perspire, but the significance of what he witnessed. The Fate Weaver, they would call this sword when completed the final masterwork of Fergrim Stoneheart and the most powerful destiny blade ever attempted. Master, Durgan said hesitantly, the Council of Elders has sent another messenger. They demand to know when the blade will be ready. Fergrim's hammer paused mid-strike, his ancient eyes narrowing beneath bushy white brows. They grow impatient. As do all who fail to understand the cost of what they ask. He turned the gleaming metal with a pair of tongs, examining its edge with critical intensity. Tell them 3 days. On the night of the blood moon, the forging will be complete. What Fergrim didn't say, what Durgan already knew, was that completing such a weapon required sacrifice. Every destiny blade forged by the masters of Irondeep demanded something from its creator. A minor weapon might cost a finger, a moderate blade an eye or a hand. But a blade of Fate Weaver's power? Durgan shuddered to imagine. Now leave me, Fergrim commanded softly. I must prepare for the final enchantment. Durgan bowed and retreated from the sacred space, his footsteps echoing against stone worn smooth by generations of smiths. The corridors of Irondeep twisted like the roots of an ancient tree, carved through living mountain by the first dwarves when the world was young. He had barely reached the antechamber when a sound like shattering glass pierced the air, followed by a cry cut terribly short. Durgan froze, ice flooding his veins despite the forge heat that permeated the halls. Master? He called, then louder, Master. Rushing back through the archway, Durgan's world collapsed around him. The forge still burned. The unfinished sword still lay upon the anvil, but Fergrim lay sprawled on the stone floor, a crystalline dagger protruding from his chest, his lifeblood pooling beneath him. No, Durgan fell to his knees beside the old dwarf, but the master's eyes had already glazed over, fixed eternally on the vaulted ceiling. Help! Guards! But when the guards arrived, their eyes fell not on the slain master, but on Durgan himself, his hands now crimson with Fergrim's blood. Seize him, commanded Thrain Ironbeard, captain of the mountain guard, his voice cold with fury. Durgan Ironfist, you are charged with the murder of Master Fergrim and the theft of forge secrets. What? No. I found him like this. Durgan protested, but strong hands were already clasping iron shackles around his wrists. His eyes darted wildly around the forge, noticing for the first time that the ancient tome containing the final enchantments for the Fate Weaver was missing from its pedestal. The evidence condemns you, Thrain growled. Tomorrow, you face the Council's justice, but Durgan knew there would be no justice not for the apprentice of Fergrim, not with the unfinished Fate Weaver still glowing with potential power on the anvil. Someone had killed his master to prevent the sword's completion, and that same someone had ensured Durgan would take the blame. With a sudden burst of desperate strength, he broke free of his captors, snatched up the unfinished blade, still dangerously hot, and crashed through the small window overlooking the mountain's edge. The last thing he heard as he plummeted into the swirling snow was Thrain's bellow of rage echoing from the forge. 3 weeks later, a half-frozen dwarf staggered through the silver archways of Aurelis, the elven kingdom of golden leaves. His beard was crusted with ice, his once fine clothes tattered, and strapped to his back was a cloth-wrapped bundle that hummed with untapped power. The elven border guards regarded him with suspicion, their slender frames belying ancient strength, their ageless faces unreadable beneath ornate helmets crafted to resemble leaves and vines. State your purpose, mountain dweller, commanded the tallest among them, a silver-haired elf whose armor bore the insignia of a captain. Sanctuary, Durgan gasped, his voice ragged from weeks of harsh travel. I seek sanctuary in accordance with the third compact between our peoples. The elven guards exchanged glances. No dwarf had invoked the ancient treaty in over 300 years. You will be brought before the Council of Seasons, the captain declared after a long moment. They will determine your fate. Durgan nodded weakly, following his escorts through the winding paths of Aureolus. Unlike the sturdy, practical constructions of Irondeep, the elven city seemed to have grown organically from the forest itself. Towers spiraled gracefully around massive trees whose golden leaves never fell. Bridges of living wood connected elegant platforms suspended among the branches, and everywhere, the soft blue glow of arcane lights illuminated the perpetual twilight beneath the canopy. The Council of Seasons received him in a circular chamber where the floor depicted the turning of the year in exquisite mosaic. 4 elven lords, each representing a season, regarded him with the cool detachment characteristic of their kind. Lord Thalion of Summer spoke first, his voice carrying the warmth of noon. Few dwarves seek shelter among the people of the Leaf. Fewer still arrive carrying an unfinished destiny blade. His eyes flickered to the wrapped bundle at Durgan's side. Explain yourself, son of stone. Durgan straightened, gathering what dignity remained to him. I am Durgan Ironfist, apprentice to Master Fergrim Stoneheart. My master was murdered before he could complete his final work, the Fate Weaver. I have been falsely accused of his death, and I seek justice and the chance to complete his legacy. A ripple of murmurs passed through the chamber. Lady Istriel of Winter leaned forward, her eyes cold as frost. You bring danger to our realm, dwarf. Already, riders from Irondeep have reached our borders, demanding your return. I am innocent, Durgan insisted. Perhaps, interjected Lord Phalern of Spring, his youthful face belying eyes that had seen millennia pass. But innocence matters little when power is at stake. If what you carry is truly the unfinished Fate Weaver, then forces beyond your understanding are already in motion. Before Durgan could respond, the chamber doors burst open. A female elf entered, her steps uneven, her silver hair wild around a face marked with an intricate pattern of arcane tattoos that seemed to shift and change with each moment. The guards moved to intercept her, but stopped at a gesture from Lord Phalern. Ilawan, Phalern said, his voice tight with disapproval. You forget yourself. The council is in session. The threads converge, Ilawan replied, her voice resonating with strange harmonics. Her eyes, milky white with visions, fixed unerringly on Durgan. The unfinished blade, the falsely accused. The broken prophecy, she approached Durgan with unnerving directness. I have been waiting for you, Forger of Destinies. Lady Istriel rose from her seat. Ilawan speaks nonsense. She was banished from the Order of Seers for practicing forbidden divination, not nonsense, Ilawan countered, her gaze never leaving Durgan. Truth obscured. The Order fears what it cannot control. They have hidden the true prophecy, just as someone has murdered the Master Smith to prevent its fulfillment. Durgan felt the weight of destiny settling around him like a cloak. What do you know of Fergrim's death? Nothing and everything, Ilawan replied cryptically. But I know that if the Fate Weaver remains unfinished, darkness will consume both our peoples. The Destiny Weavers have been corrupted. The Destiny Weavers? Durgan frowned. I know no such order. Lord Thalion's face had grown grave. They are myth, nothing more. A supposed secret society of elves and dwarves who guide the fate of our kingdoms from shadow. Not myth, Ilawan insisted. I have seen them in my visions. They believe they protect us from a prophecy, the coming of the Shadow Conqueror who will unite all lands under darkness. But they have been deceived. The council erupted in argument, but Durgan's attention remained fixed on Ilawan. There was something in her certainty that resonated with his craftsman's instincts, the same feeling he got when examining a blade and knowing, without question, that its balance was true. "You believe I was framed to prevent the sword's completion," Durgan said quietly. Ilawan nodded. "The Feytweaver is not what they believe. It is not a weapon of destruction, but our only salvation against the true enemy." Lord Phalern's voice cut through the chaos. "Enough. Ilawan, you are banished for a reason. Your forbidden arts twist your mind. My arts show me what others cannot see," she replied defiantly. Including the face of the one who murdered Master Fergrim, a profound silence fell over the chamber. "If what you say is true," Durgan said slowly, "then help me complete the sword and unmask the killer." Ilawan's lips curved in a smile that held both triumph and sadness. "That is why I am here, Durgan Ironfist. Our destinies are now forged together." Lady Istriel stepped forward. "The Council cannot sanction this madness. Ilawan remains banished. As for you, Dwarf, we will consider your request for sanctuary while we investigate these claims." But Durgan knew there was no time for investigations. The unfinished Feytweaver hummed against his back, a constant reminder of his master's final, interrupted work. That night, under cover of darkness, Durgan slipped from his assigned quarters to find Ilawan waiting, a small pack in hand, her eyes now clear and determined. "We have little time," she whispered. "The blood moon rises again in 17 days. If the Feytweaver is to be completed, it must be during that celestial event. How can I finish what even Fergrim could not?" Durgan asked, doubt clouding his resolve. Ilawan placed a slender hand on the cloth-wrapped blade. "Because you won't forge alone. My forbidden arts can guide your hammer, show you what was meant to be." Her expression darkened. "But the price remains. A destiny blade of this power requires sacrifice." Durgan nodded grimly. "I know, and I am willing to pay it." "Then we must reach the sacred forge in the Twilight Valley," Ilawan said. "It lies between our kingdom's neutral ground where ancient magic still flows pure." As they slipped away from the elven city and into the vast forest beyond, neither noticed the shadowy figure that detached itself from the trees to follow. Nor could they sense the much darker forces gathering in both Irondeep and Aureolus, as the whispered name Feytweaver reached ears that had been waiting centuries for its coming. For the prophecy was indeed real, though twisted by those who feared its meaning. And the Shadow Conqueror did exist, but not as a distant threat to be prevented. He had been among them all along, patiently waiting for the perfect moment to claim what he believed was rightfully his: dominion over all living things, forged in the unbreakable steel of a destiny blade. Story 3, The Whispering Forest, had earned its name honestly. Even on windless days, the ancient silver-leafed trees sighed and murmured, sharing secrets known only to those who had stood sentinel for millennia. Elves had dwelled among these trees since before the First Age, their elegant spires and walkways blending seamlessly with the natural architecture of branch and bough. Their civilization had grown like the forest itself, organically, patiently, eternally. Until the morning, the world changed. Dawn broke, as it always had over the elven city of Silverhold, bathing the leaf canopy in golden light. But as the first rays touched the forest floor, the earth trembled. Not violently, but with purpose, as if the land itself were shifting to make room for something new. From the very center of the forest, where the most ancient trees formed a perfect circle around a sacred clearing, a tower began to rise. Not of wood or stone, but of crystal pure, flawless, and impossibly tall. It emerged fully formed, as if it had always existed beneath the soil, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. The crystal caught the morning light and fractured it into 1,000 rainbow shards that danced across the forest floor. Beautiful, mesmerizing, terrible in its perfection. Prince Thorin Moonwhisper stood upon his balcony, watching the impossible structure breach the canopy of his ancestral home. The tower now dominated the skyline, its peak lost in the clouds, its crystalline surfaces shifting with hypnotic patterns that seemed almost alive. "What manner of magic is this?" he whispered, his silver eyes narrowing. As first son of the Autumn Court and heir to the throne of Silverhold, any threat to his people fell squarely upon his shoulders. "Unknown, my prince," replied Lyrindel, his chief advisor, her ancient face troubled. "But already 3 hunting parties have failed to return from investigating it." Thalarin's hand moved instinctively to the hilt of his moonblade. "Gather the royal guard. We shall see what power dares intrude upon our realm." By midday, the hypnotic pull of the crystal tower had claimed its first victims. Elves from the nearby settlements began to walk as if in a trance toward the structure, their eyes glazed, responding to no calls or pleas from their loved ones. Those who tried to physically restrain them found themselves fighting with unnatural strength, as if something else controlled the bodies of their friends and kin. When Thalarin led his expedition to the tower's base, half his guard had already succumbed to its call, wandering off during their approach, despite strict orders to maintain formation. Those who remained, including the prince himself, resisted only through sheer force of will and the protective runes etched into their armor. The tower's base had no visible entrance, merely smooth crystal walls that reflected distorted images of the anxious elves who surrounded it. Thalarin pressed his palm against the surface warm, almost pulsing like something alive. "We must find a way inside," he declared, circling the perimeter. "Whatever power creates this sorcery, it must be." His words died as a seam appeared in the crystal, widening into an arched doorway that expelled a rush of sweet-scented air. Inside, a labyrinth of crystal corridors stretched in impossible directions, some defying the very laws of nature as they twisted upward and back upon themselves. "Stay close," Thalarin commanded, drawing his blade as he led his remaining guards inside. The moment they crossed the threshold, the entrance sealed behind them, trapping them within walls that shifted and rearranged themselves with disconcerting fluidity. Corridors that had been straight now curved. Paths that had led left now ascended upward. Within minutes, the group was hopelessly separated despite their best efforts to remain together. Thalarin found himself alone in a chamber where the floor reflected not his image, but scenes from his past moments of triumph and shame, love and loss, all playing out beneath his feet. The tower was reading him somehow, learning him, using his own memories against him. For 3 days, he wandered the ever-changing labyrinth, encountering none of his companions. Occasionally, he would hear their voices echoing distantly, or glimpse their reflections in the crystal walls, but they remained eternally beyond reach. The tower provided no food or water, yet Thalarin felt neither hunger nor thirst, another peculiarity that suggested he existed in some altered state within these walls. On the 4th day, as desperation began to cloud his judgment, Thalarin encountered something unexpected: a dwarf, sitting cross-legged in the center of a hexagonal chamber, apparently meditating. His ruddy complexion and stout physique were unmistakable, as was the massive stone axe resting across his knees. So the legendary elven pride finally bends enough to seek help, the dwarf remarked without opening his eyes. I wondered how long it would take. Thalarin's hand instinctively went to his blade. Relations between elves and dwarves had been strained for generations, ever since the great sundering that divided their once allied peoples. Who are you, stone dweller, and what business have you in this elven matter? The dwarf's eyes opened sharp and intelligent, the color of polished amber. The name is Crag Stoneblade, exiled solver of problems too complex for your kind. He rose to his feet with surprising grace for one so stocky. And this elven matter, as you call it, has already claimed 3 of my mining expedition. I have as much right to be here as you. Princeling, how did you know I was a prince? Crag snorted. The tower speaks. Listen closely enough, and you'll hear the stories of everyone trapped within its walls. A flash of recognition crossed Thalorin's face. Crag Stoneblade, the thief who stole elven magical secrets. You're wanted in 7 provinces for preventing a catastrophe your ancestors were too proud to acknowledge, Crag interrupted sharply. But ancient grievances matter little now. This tower is consuming souls, elf and dwarf alike, and will continue until it has gathered enough power for its true purpose. Despite his distrust, Thalorin could not deny the dwarf seemed to understand more about their predicament than he did. What true purpose? The liberation of Nixia, Crag said grimly, the queen of illusions, imprisoned by the old gods when the world was young. This tower is her prison, and these shifting corridors her thoughts, searching for enough life force to break the divine seals that hold her. If you know so much, why haven't you escaped? Crag's expression darkened. Because I am the reason she's awakening. As they traversed the labyrinth together, an alliance of necessity that chafed at both their prides, Crag revealed the truth. 300 years ago, the Elven High Council had discovered ancient texts describing Nixia and the immense magical power she possessed. Believing they could harness a fraction of that power safely, they began rituals to communicate with the imprisoned goddess. Your ancestors were playing with forces beyond their understanding, Crag explained, navigating a passage that seemed to defy gravity itself. When I discovered their plan, I stole the grimoire containing their research, not to use it, but to hide it away where none could be tempted. Yet here we stand, Thalorin observed coldly, facing the consequences of what you claim to have prevented, because I failed, Crag admitted, his voice heavy with regret. The grimoire was not simply a book of knowledge, but a vessel containing a fragment of Nixia's consciousness. For 3 centuries, it whispered to me from its hiding place in the Iron Deep vaults, eroding my will, until finally, 6 moons ago, I broke the seals that contained it. They entered a vast chamber where the crystal walls displayed scenes from Elvish history, including the secret conclave Crag described, where robed elven mages performed rituals around an obsidian altar. The grimoire disappeared, Crag continued, and I knew what would follow. I've been tracking signs of her awakening ever since, which is what led me to your forest. Just as the tower emerged, Thalorin studied the dwarf with new understanding. So you did not steal our secrets for dwarven advantage. I stole them to prevent exactly this. Crag gestured to the shifting illusions surrounding them. But I was not strong enough to resist her influence forever. A haunting melody began to echo through the corridors, beautiful, compelling, drawing them deeper into the labyrinth. Both companions felt its pull, fighting the urge to surrender to its hypnotic rhythm. She sings to gather her children, Crag whispered, visibly struggling against the enchantment. Every soul claimed strengthens her prison from within, bringing her closer to freedom. They followed the song, not surrendering to it, but tracking it to its source. The path led upward in spiraling corridors that occasionally offered glimpses through transparent walls to the forest far below, now clouded in unnatural mist. At the heart of the tower's upper reaches, they found a chamber unlike any other. Here, the crystal was not clear but obsidian black, absorbing light rather than reflecting it. In the center floated a figure neither fully corporeal nor completely ethereal, a woman with skin like midnight and hair that moved like living shadow, her eyes closed in what appeared to be peaceful slumber. Around her stood dozens of elves and several dwarves, all motionless, their life force visibly draining in tendrils of golden light that flowed into the suspended figure. Nixia, Thorin breathed, feeling the immense power radiating from her partially manifested form. "We're too late," Crag said grimly. "She's already gathered enough souls to begin her awakening." The Queen of Illusion's eyes remained closed, but her lips curved in a smile. When she spoke, her voice seemed to come from everywhere at once. "The thief returns with my final key," she purred. "How thoughtful of you, little dwarf, to bring me royal blood after all this time." Thorin drew his moonblade, though he sensed it would have little effect against such a being. "What does she mean?" Crag's face had gone ashen. "The final seal requires royal sacrifice, willing or unwilling. That's why she couldn't fully awaken before." The grimoire showed elven royalty performing the ritual, but it never completed because my ancestors realized their error and stopped the ceremony. Thorin finished, pieces falling into place. They weren't trying to free her. They were strengthening her bonds after discovering what they had nearly unleashed. Nixia's laughter rippled through the chamber, distorting the crystal walls around them. "And now you deliver yourself to me willingly, last scion of those who imprisoned me. Your life force will complete what began millennia ago." Tendrils of shadow stretched from her floating form, reaching for Thorin. The prince raised his blade, which glowed with ancestral magic, but seemed pitifully inadequate against the ancient power before them. Crag stepped between them, his stone axe raised. "There is another way," he said urgently. "The prison works both ways. What strengthens her from within can also reinforce her bonds from without." "What are you saying?" "Royal blood freely given, not to free her, but to bind her," Crag explained rapidly as the shadows encroached. "Combined with the Maker's sacrifice, the Makers I crafted these runes." Crag pulled back his sleeve to reveal ancient symbols etched into his flesh that matched patterns in the chamber floor. "This tower was built from her prison, but the crystalline form it took that was my doing over centuries of study. I know its weaknesses." Understanding dawned in Thorin's eyes. "Then we sacrificed together." Nixia's serene expression contorted with rage as she realized their intent. The shadows surged forward with renewed fury. Side by side, the elf prince and the dwarf exile stood against the Queen of Illusions, their ancient feud forgotten in the face of a threat to both their peoples. Thorin's moonblade sliced his palm, royal blood dripping onto the chamber floor, where it mingled with Crag's, freely given, as the dwarf activated the runes carved into his skin. The crystal chamber blazed with blinding light as two souls, elf and dwarf, rewove the bond the old gods had created, their shared sacrifice strengthening what hatred and suspicion had nearly destroyed. When the light faded, the tower remained, but transformed, no longer shifting and deceptive, but solid and still. The trapped souls were freed, confused elves and dwarves stumbling toward the exits that now appeared in the formerly seamless walls. At the chamber's center, where Nixia had nearly manifested, stood a perfect crystal statue, a woman with her arms outstretched, her expression peaceful once more, eternally frozen between reality and illusion. Of Thorin and Crag, only their weapons remained the moonblade and stone axe crossed at the statue's feet, a testament to what ancient enemies could accomplish when united against a common threat. In the centuries that followed, the Crystal Tower stood as both monument and warning in the heart of the Whispering Forest. Elves and dwarves alike came to pay homage to the sacrifice that saved both their peoples, slowly rebuilding the trust that had been lost generations before. And if visitors sometimes heard whispers as they walked the now stable corridors, the voices of a proud elven prince and a stubborn dwarven exile still bickering throughout eternity, they smiled at the reminder that even the deepest divisions could be healed when facing the darkness together. Story 4. The kingdom of Valoria did not rise from conquest, like its neighbors, nor from trade like the coastal realms to the east. It rose from fire, a single, miraculous flame that had burned without fuel for 1,000 years. The eternal flame danced within its crystal enclosure atop the highest tower of Cinderspire Keep, visible for leagues in every direction, a beacon of warmth and light that blessed the land with perpetual prosperity. Snow fell thick upon the mountain passes surrounding the keep, but none dared accumulate on Valoria's streets or fields. The eternal flame would not permit it. Even now, as the worst blizzard in living memory raged beyond the kingdom's borders, the citizens of the capital moved freely beneath skies that remained stubbornly clear above their blessed realm. Inside the hallowed chamber of embers, Thorin Barbafort, 53rd guardian of the eternal flame, pressed his weathered palm against the crystal enclosure. The flame responded as it always had, leaning toward his touch like a loyal hound seeking its master's approval. Heat flowed between them, not burning, but nurturing, recognizing. For 7 decades, he had fed the flame with his innate gift, the arcane connection that only those of pure dwarven bloodlines could manifest. "You're growing restless tonight, old friend," he murmured, his silver-streaked beard glowing copper in the flame's light. "Do you sense the coming storm as well?" The flame flickered erratically, its usual steady pulse disrupted by something Thorin could not name. In all his years of service, he had never felt the flame so anxious. Footsteps echoed on the marble staircase behind him, light, uncertain steps that belonged to neither guard nor fellow dwarf. He did not need to turn to know who approached. "You should be abed, Lyra," he said gently. "Tomorrow's ceremony requires your full attention." His adopted daughter moved to stand beside him, her slender frame dwarfed by his sturdy build. At 20 summers, Lyra embodied the curious contradiction of her heritage, neither fully elven nor human, but something unique in between. Her eyes shimmered with amber flecks amid deep green, and her ears tapered to subtle points that she usually kept hidden beneath carefully arranged copper-red hair. "I couldn't sleep," she admitted, studying the agitated flame. "And neither, it seems, could Valoria's heart." Thorin smiled despite his concern. Lyra had always possessed an uncanny intuition about the flame, though such sensitivity was theoretically impossible for one without dwarven blood. Tomorrow, she would be formally recognized as his heir, the first non-dwarf ever named as successor to the guardianship. The announcement had already stirred discontent among the traditionalists at court. "Perhaps it merely reflects my own unease," Thorin said, lowering his hand from the crystal. "The Council of Elders has made their objections quite clear. They'll accept me once they see I can sustain the flame," Lyra replied with quiet determination. "We've practiced for years." "I'm ready." The flame suddenly flared, casting long shadows across the chamber's ancient murals depicting the first guardian receiving the sacred fire from Valorian himself, the legendary dwarf king who had forged a pact with elemental powers beyond mortal understanding. Both guardians stepped back, startled by the flame's violent surge. "Something's wrong," Thorin whispered, reaching for the ornate dagger he wore more as a symbol of office than as a weapon. Lyra, alert to the chamber doors, burst open. Not from the grand staircase where the ceremonial guard stood watch, but from the forgotten servants' passage, hidden behind a tapestry, a passage that, by Thorin's knowledge, had been sealed for centuries. 4 figures cloaked in midnight blue slipped into the room with practiced silence, faces concealed behind silver masks crafted to resemble impassive dwarven features. Only their eyes were visible, cold, calculating, and fixed on the guardian. "Defilers!" Thorin roared, placing himself between the intruders and both Lyra and the flame. How dare you enter the sacred chamber unbidden? The lead assassin offered no reply save the whisper of steel being drawn. The attack came with brutal efficiency, not wild slashes, but precise thrusts aimed at vital points that betrayed intimate knowledge of dwarven physiology. Thorin parried the first strike with his ceremonial dagger, its ornate blade proving surprisingly resilient. Decades of official guardianship had not dulled the combat instincts forged in his youth as a soldier. But he was old now, his reactions slowed by time's unyielding march. The second assassin's blade found its mark between his ribs while he deflected an attack from the first. Father. Lyra's scream cut through the chamber as Thorin stumbled backward, crimson staining his white ceremonial robes. The eternal flame roared in its enclosure, as if sharing in her anguish. Run, Thorin commanded, using his remaining strength to hurl his dagger at the nearest attacker. The blade embedded itself in the assassin's throat, dropping him instantly. Protect yourself. Protect the flame. But Lyra did not run. Instead, she lunged for the ceremonial fire poker, a 5-foot staff of ancient ironwood topped with a pointed metal ember turner. It was meant for ritual, not combat, but in her hands, it suddenly seemed formidable. Eliminate the half-breed, ordered the lead assassin, his voice cold and refined the cultured tone of nobility, not some common cutthroat. The flame falters with the guardian's last breath, indeed, as Thorin collapsed to his knees. The eternal flame dimmed perceptibly, its vibrant orange glow fading toward a sickly yellow. Lyra swung the staff with unexpected skill, keeping the remaining assassins at bay while maneuvering toward her fallen father. Something primal awakened within her, a fury born of love and loss, channeled through muscles that seemed suddenly imbued with unnatural strength. You will not touch him again, she snarled, her voice transformed by rage. The lead assassin paused, tilting his head curiously. Interesting. The mongrel shows spirit, he gestured to his companions. Take her alive. The king will want to question this anomaly before her execution. Thorin's breath came in ragged gasps as he clutched his wand. Lyra, he wheezed, the flame. You must, she didn't need him to finish. The eternal flame was fading rapidly, its light barely illuminating the chamber now. Without a guardian to sustain it, the miraculous fire that had protected Valoria for a millennium would soon extinguish, leaving the kingdom vulnerable to the savage winter that clawed at its borders. One of the assassins lunged for her, blade aimed at her shoulder, a disabling blow rather than a killing stroke. Lyra pivoted with unexpected grace, bringing the heavy metal end of her staff down upon his extended arm. Bone cracked audibly, and the assassin recoiled with a pained hiss. But the other moved in from behind, catching her in a vice-like grip that pinned her arms to her sides. The staff clattered to the ground as she struggled futilely against dwarven strength. Hurry, the lead assassin urged, glancing anxiously at the dimming flame. We must be away before the change becomes evident to the city. Thorin's eyes met Lyra's across the chamber, and in that moment, understanding passed between them. With the last of his strength, he dragged himself toward the crystal enclosure. No, shouted the lead assassin, lunging forward. But he was too late. Thorin pressed his bloodied palm against the crystal surface one final time. Remember your true heritage, daughter, he gasped. The flame was always meant for you. A blinding flash erupted from the contact point, and the chamber filled with light so intense that even the assassins shielded their eyes. When the brilliance faded seconds later, Thorin Barbafort lay motionless before the enclosure, his spirit departed to join the legendary guardians of ages past. The eternal flame guttered, nearly extinguished. It is done, The lead assassin declared with satisfaction, removing his mask to reveal the stern features of Lord Grimvald, head of the King's Council and keeper of the ancient bloodline records. The false guardian is dead, and with him, the corruption he sought to introduce to our sacred legacy. He turned to Lyra, still restrained by his accomplice. Did you truly believe, half-breed, that we would allow the eternal flame Valoria's very heart to be tended by one with tainted blood? Your father betrayed every tradition our kingdom stands upon by naming you his heir. Lyra's tears fell freely, but her voice remained steady. You've killed the only guardian who could sustain the flame. You've doomed Valoria to darkness and cold. Grimvald's thin lips curled into a cruel smile. The king has prepared for this moment for decades. The flame's power will be replaced by something far more controllable. Your execution will be public, a warning to any who would challenge the natural order, as if in response to his proclamation. The eternal flame suddenly flared again, not orange or yellow, but with a brilliant blue-white intensity that it had never before manifested. The crystal enclosure trembled, then shattered outward, fragments tinkling harmlessly to the floor, as if repelled by some invisible force. The liberated flame expanded, filling the chamber with swirling ribbons of fire that somehow burned without heat or smoke. The assassin holding Lyra cried out in superstitious terror and released her, backing toward the exit. Impossible, Grimvald whispered, transfixed by the spectacle. The flame cannot exist without its enclosure, without a guardian of pure blood. To the fiery tendrils converged on Lyra, surrounding her in a cocoon of living light. She neither flinched nor cried out as the flames caressed her, weaving through her copper hair and dancing across her skin. Where they touched, they left glowing patterns like molten gold beneath her flesh, ancient runes that even Grimvald, with all his knowledge of dwarven lore, could not decipher. When she spoke, her voice resonated with harmonic overtones that echoed throughout the chamber. The eternal flame was never meant for dwarven hands alone. Lord Grimvald, your histories have been selectively preserved. The assassins backed away as Lyra stepped forward, her eyes now burning with the same blue-white fire that surrounded her. Beneath her feet, the marble floor transformed, ancient patterns long hidden beneath centuries of wear suddenly glowing with renewed vigor, patterns that depicted not only dwarves, but elves as well, standing united around the sacred flame. Valorian forged a pact, she continued, knowledge flowing into her mind from the flame itself, not with elementals as your tales claim, but with the firstborn elves, whose blood runs in my veins. The flame was a joint creation, a symbol of unity, not dwarven supremacy. Grimvald's face contorted with rage and disbelief. Lies, blasphemy, guards, he shouted toward the main entrance. Guards. But when the ceremonial guards burst into the chamber, they halted in awe at the transformation before them. The eternal flame now hovered above Lyra's outstretched hands, more radiant than it had ever been in living memory. The flame does not dim, one guard whispered, falling to his knees. It recognizes her, arrest her. Grimvald commanded, pointing a trembling finger at Lyra. She has murdered the true guardian and bewitched the sacred flame. The guards hesitated, looking between the Lord Counselor and the transfigured young woman wreathed in living fire. Centuries of tradition warred with the evidence before their eyes. See for yourselves the truth that has been hidden, Lyra said softly, gesturing toward her fallen adoptive father. The flame extended a tendril toward Darren's body, illuminating a pendant that had fallen from beneath his robes, a simple crystal vial containing a lock of silver-white hair, bound with gold thread. My true mother's hair, Lyra explained. An elven priestess who fell in love with a dwarven guardian. only to be driven from the kingdom when their union was discovered. Therein protected me, raised me as his own, knowing that one day the flame would recognize its rightful tender. Throughout the city, citizens emerged from their homes, gazing up in wonder at the Cinderspire keep where the eternal flame now blazed brighter than ever before. Its color transformed from orange to radiant blue-white. Even beyond Valoria's borders, the blizzard began to recede, as if acknowledging a power greater than its frozen fury. Grimwald saw his authority crumbling before his eyes. The king will not allow this abomination. He spat. The king came a commanding voice from the main entrance. Will hear all sides before rendering judgment. King Thormir Ironheart entered the chamber, his ancient eyes taking in the scene with practiced calculation. The guards immediately knelt, as did Grimwald and his remaining assassins, though the Lord Counselor's face betrayed his confidence that royal authority would restore the natural order. But as the monarch approached Lyra, the flame between them pulsed in recognition. The king paused, then slowly removed a medallion from around his neck, one that matched the pendant found with Darren's body. "My brother," he said quietly, looking down at the fallen guardian, "kept his promise to protect you. Daughter of my beloved sister." Grimwald's jaw dropped in shock. "Your Majesty, what are you saying?" King Thormir turned to his counselor, eyes hard as flint. "I'm saying, Lord Grimwald, that you have murdered my brother and attempted to kill my niece based on the same corrupt interpretation of our history that drove my sister into exile 50 years ago." He faced Lyra once more, his stern expression softening. "The throne has always known the truth." Valorian's pact was indeed with the firstborn elves, but when relations between our peoples soured 3 centuries ago, the council of that era altered our histories. Claiming sole ownership of the flame's blessing, the eternal flame danced between them, its light illuminating the family resemblance that even Lyra's mixed heritage could not obscure. The same determined set of the jaw, the same penetrating gaze. "My brother found you after your mother's passing and recognized what you were," the king continued. "He trained you in secret, knowing that only one with both bloodlines could fully awaken the flame's true potential." Throughout Valoria, citizens whispered of miracles as the kingdom's eternal spring suddenly flourished with unprecedented vigor. Crops sprouted in winter fields, trees burst into blossom, and the subtle enchantment that had preserved their realm for a millennium strengthened palpably. In the Chamber of Embers, Lyra, last descendant of both the dwarven guardians and the firstborn elves, raised the rejuvenated eternal flame high. Under her stewardship, a new age would dawn for Valoria, one that honored the true history of cooperation that had founded their blessed kingdom. And deep beneath the mountain, in chambers forgotten by all but the oldest records, ancient mechanisms stirred to life, responding to the flame's restoration. The pact was renewed, the balance restored. Valoria would endure, not through the supremacy of one bloodline, but through the strength that comes from unity. Story 5. The Iron Mountains had stood immovable since the dawn of time, their jagged peaks piercing the clouds like ancient sentinels guarding the realm of Erdogan. For millennia, the dwarves had carved their kingdom into these unyielding stones, creating a vast network of halls, forges, and treasure chambers that extended far beneath the surface. King Thoric Stonehammer, 43rd ruler of the Irondeep clan, took pride in the impenetrable nature of his domain, a fortress that had never fallen, a sanctuary his ancestors had crafted with blood and sweat and unmatched skill, until the day the mountains themselves betrayed them. The first tremor came at dawn, subtle enough that only the most sensitive mining instruments detected it. By midday, even the most stoic dwarven warriors exchanged worried glances as dust rained from ceiling arches and crystal chandeliers swayed in the grand halls. When evening fell, The tremors had grown powerful enough to collapse 3 minor tunnels in the eastern quadrant. Thorin stood in the ancient map chamber, his weathered hands splayed across the stone table where 20 advisors and generals had gathered. His silver-streaked beard was bound with rings of mithril that clinked softly as he shook his head. "These are no natural quakes," he declared, tapping a section of the map where the newest fissures had appeared. "They follow a pattern. Something awakens in the deep reaches." Balin Ironfist, master of lore and oldest among the king's counselors, nodded gravely. His ancient fingers traced a familiar path across the yellowed parchment. "The tremors originate precisely where the sealed tunnels begin the passages our ancestors closed over 3,000 years ago." A heavy silence fell over the assembly. Every dwarf child knew the legends of the sealed tunnels, though few believed them more than cautionary tales meant to keep curious youngsters from wandering too far from established paths. "Impossible," muttered Dwalin Stonecrusher, commander of the Mountain Guard. "Those are nursery stories to frighten children. Yet, something causes these tremors," Thorin replied, his voice firm with the certainty of one who had ruled justly for nearly 2 centuries. "And whatever it is, it grows stronger. 4 mining teams have failed to return from investigating the latest collapses." As if summoned by his words, the chamber shuddered. Fine dust sifted down from the ceiling, and a distant boom echoed through the mountain's heart. "My king," Balin said quietly, "if the ancient texts speak truly, we may face a threat beyond our people's strength to contain alone." Thorin's expression darkened. "You speak of seeking aid from the outside? From whom?" "The humans of Westervale care only for their petty politics and trade routes, not the humans." Balin's age-spotted hand moved to another section of the map, beyond the eastern slopes where the mountains gave way to an ancient forest of silver-barked trees. "The Elves of Silverglade." A chorus of objections erupted around the table. Relations between the Dwarves of Irondeep and the Elves of Silverglade had been strained for centuries, ever since the infamous Emerald Dispute, when both kingdoms had claimed ownership of a legendary gemstone discovered in the borderlands between their realms. Thorin silenced the outburst with a raised hand. "The Elves have no love for us, nor we for them." "Why would they aid Irondeep in its hour of need?" "Because," Balin replied solemnly, "if what stirs beneath the mountain is what I fear, the realm will fall soon after ours." Princess Elinor Starweaver stood atop the highest platform of the Silver Spire, her keen eyes fixed on the distant Iron Mountains. Even from leagues away, she could sense the disturbance in the natural harmony of the world. The ancient oaks and rowan trees surrounding Silverglade whispered warnings on the wind, their normally melodious voices tinged with anxiety. Something was very wrong. "Your father has summoned the High Council," said a voice behind her. Elinor turned to find Thorin, captain of the Forest Guardians and her oldest friend, his expression grave beneath his ceremonial helm of intertwined silver branches. "The disturbances grow stronger," she acknowledged, tucking a strand of platinum hair behind her pointed ear. "What does King Celeborn intend?" "To do nothing," Thorin replied with barely concealed frustration. "The dwarves' problems are their own," he says. "Silverglade's borders remain secure." Eleanor's gaze returned to the mountains. "My father errs in his judgment. The trees speak of an ancient darkness stirring, something that predates even our eldest records. For 3 days, messengers had arrived from villages nearest the dwarven realm, bearing reports of animals fleeing the foothills, of streams running bitter with strange minerals, of eerie lights glimpsed in long-abandoned mine entrances. Yet King Celeborn, still nursing the grudge of the Emerald Dispute after 300 years, had dismissed all suggestions of offering aid or even investigation. "I've received word through unofficial channels," Thorin said, lowering his voice, though no others were present on the platform. The Dwarven king has sent an envoy requesting an audience. Eleanor's silver eyes widened. Thoric Stonehammer seeks elven aid. The situation must be dire indeed. The envoy waits in the lower grove. Your father has refused to receive them. Tyrion hesitated, then added. The message mentioned awakening tremors in the sealed tunnels. A chill ran through Eliner, despite the warm summer air. The elven records spoke of those tunnels, though by a different name. The prison of Malekith. Without another word, she swept past Tyrion and descended the spiral staircase carved into the living wood of the great tree that housed the silver spire. Her decision was made before she reached the bottom. The Dwarven envoy consisted of only 3 individuals, unusual for a diplomatic mission, where dwarves typically traveled with substantial entourages to display their wealth and significance. More telling was their appearance, travel-stained, weary, and bearing the signs of recent battle. The leader, who introduced himself as Farron Blackbeard, Master of Engineers, bore a fresh scar across his left cheek. Princess, he bowed stiffly, clearly uncomfortable with elven customs, but making an effort nonetheless. We bring urgent words from King Thoric. They met in a secluded grove where ancient standing stones formed a circle around a crystal-clear pool neutral ground where neither elvish nor dwarven magic held greater influence. Eliner had come with only Tyrion and her handmaiden Lyra, deliberately keeping the meeting unofficial. Speak freely, Master Farron, she encouraged. While my father may hesitate to involve Silverglade in dwarven matters, I believe our realms may face a common threat. Farron exchanged glances with his companions before responding. 3 weeks ago, our miners broke through into a sealed chamber deep within the eastern reaches. We found this. He unwrapped a cloth-covered object and placed it on the stone table between them. It was a scale large as a dinner plate, obsidian black but shot through with veins of malevolent red that seemed to pulse with their own inner light. Tyrion inhaled sharply. Dragon scale, not just any dragon. Farron corrected grimly. Our records name him Malekith, the Destroyer, last of the Elder Worms. Our ancestors sealed him away during the Age of Fire, when both our peoples still inhabited the surface realms together before the Great Sundering. Eliner whispered, pieces of ancient history falling into place. The Elven chronicles speak of a time when our peoples fought side by side against a great darkness. Side by side and victorious, Farron agreed, but not without cost. The sealing spell required the combined magics of both elf and dwarf, a collaboration not seen before or since. Another tremor shook the ground, strong enough to ripple the surface of the crystal pool. Birds took flight from the surrounding trees, their alarmed calls echoing in the suddenly still forest. The tremors grow stronger and more frequent. Farron continued urgently. Our deepest tunnels have begun to collapse. We've lost over 100 of our kin to cave-ins or worse. Lyra asked, speaking for the first time. Farron's expression darkened. Shadow creatures, formed of smoke and malice, with burning eyes and claws that cut through dwarven steel like parchment. They rise from the depths with each new tremor. Malekith awakens, Eliner concluded, a sense of dread settling in her stomach. But why now, after millennia of imprisonment? The eldest of the dwarven party, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward. His beard was white as snow, his eyes clouded with cataracts, yet he moved with the certainty of one who sees with more than physical sight. I am Ori, keeper of ancient knowledge, he introduced himself. And I bear a truth that may test this fragile trust between us. He fixed his milky gaze on Eliner. Malekith stirs now because the seal weakens as it was designed to do. Designed? Tyrion's hand moved instinctively to his weapon. What do you mean, dwarf? The original seal was imperfect, Ori explained, unperturbed by the captain's suspicion. Our ancestors knew it would not hold forever. They built into it a failsafe when the seal began to fail. It would do so gradually, giving time for descendants of both peoples to renew the binding. Eleanor's mind raced. The combined magic of elf and dwarf. Required again, precisely, Ori nodded. But there is more you must know. Malekith was not merely imprisoned by chance. He was betrayed by whom? Lyra asked. By my ancestor, came Thoric's deep voice as the dwarven king himself emerged from the forest path. He had traveled without guard or ceremony, his royal status marked only by the simple mithril crown upon his brow. Durin Stonehammer, first of my line, made a pact with Malekith before turning against him. It is a shame my family has carried through the ages. Eliner stared in shock at the dwarven king's unexpected appearance. For him to come personally, without protection, into elven territory spoke volumes about the direness of their situation. What manner of pact? She asked. Knowledge, Thoric replied heavily. Durin sought the secret of enchanting stone magic that would allow us to create our underground kingdom. Malekith granted this knowledge in exchange for freedom to rule the surface world. But once Durin had what he desired, he realized the dragon would bring only destruction to all peoples of Erduin, so he allied with the elves to imprison the worm instead, Eliner concluded. A decision both honorable and treacherous, Thoric acknowledged. And now, his descendant must face the consequences. Malekith awakens with 3 millennia of hatred festering in his heart, and his vengeance will fall first upon the dwarves of Irondeep, then upon the elves of Silverglade. Another tremor shook the grove, stronger than the last. In the distance, a flock of birds erupted from the treetops near the mountains. How do we renew the seal? Eliner asked, decision made. What is required? The crown of elements, Ori answered. 4 pieces, divided for safekeeping after the original binding. 1 piece remained with the dwarves, 1 with the elves. The others, his voice trailed off. The others were hidden in the most perilous corners of the world. Thoric finished. The abyssal trench beneath the western sea, and the heart of the scorched wastes where no living thing has grown for 10,000 years, Eliner straightened, her decision made though she knew it would incur her father's wrath. Then we must retrieve them. All 4 pieces brought together at the original binding site, the journey will be dangerous beyond measure, Tarion warned. And we have little time before the dragon breaks free entirely. Then we must depart immediately. Eleanor's gaze met Thoric's, centuries of mistrust momentarily set aside in the face of imminent destruction. An alliance, King Stonehammer? For the sake of both our peoples? The dwarven king extended his hand, calloused and strong. An alliance, Princess Starweaver. May it prove more lasting than the last, as their hands clasped elf and dwarf, surface dweller and cave delver, ancient rivals united by necessity. The wind picked up around them, carrying with it the scent of smoke and brimstone from the increasingly restless mountains. Beneath the stone and earth, ancient eyes opened fully for the first time in 3,000 years. Malekith, last of the elder worms, stretched wings long compressed against unyielding rock. His consciousness, which had reached out in dreams and whispers for centuries, now focused with laser intensity on the descendants of those who had betrayed him. The time of awakening was upon them, the time of fire and retribution. And all that stood between the dragon and his vengeance was an unlikely alliance born of desperate need, the last hope for the realms of Erduin against a fury that had simmered for 3,000 years, waiting for this very moment to ignite the world. Story 6, The ancient oaks of Lorland whispered secrets that only the elves could hear. Their leaves shimmered with golden light as dusk settled over the Everwood, a forest that had stood since the first dawn. Through the dappled shadows moved Elendil Swiftero, his footsteps silent upon the moss-covered ground. The young ranger's keen eyes scanned the verdant underbrush, alert for any sign of disturbance in the sacred boundary that separated the elven realm from the outer world. It was then that he heard a sound that did not belong to the forest. A whimper, small and frightened, carried on the evening breeze. Elendil froze, his hand instinctively reaching for the curved blade at his hip. The Everwood was no place for strangers, especially now, when tensions between the Elves of Lorline and the Dwarves of Moria had risen to levels not seen in centuries. The ranger moved with practiced stealth toward the source of the sound, slipping between ancient trunks and beneath low-hanging boughs until he reached a small clearing. There, beside the charred remains of what had once been a dwarvish caravan, lay a small bundle wrapped in singed cloth. Elendil's breath caught in his throat as he approached, for inside the bundle was a dwarf child, no more than a few seasons old, with a tuft of copper hair and eyes the color of burnished gold. Mithrander's mercy, Elendil whispered, surveying the destruction around him. No survivors remained. The attack had been brutal and swift. Black-fletched arrows protruded from the bodies of fallen dwarves, arrows that bore no markings of elven craft, yet would surely be mistaken as such. The child reached up with tiny fingers, grasping at Elendil's silver hair as it fell around his face. The ranger's heart, hardened by years of guarding the border against incursions, softened at the innocent gesture. "What am I to do with you, little mountain son?" he murmured. By ancient law, no dwarf was permitted beyond the Silverleaf River that marked the boundary of Lorline. To bring this child into the heart of the elven kingdom would be to defy centuries of tradition and the explicit command of Queen Arathman Starburn herself. Yet as the last light of day faded and the first stars appeared in the twilight sky, Elendil made his choice. He could not leave the child to the mercies of the wild or the malice of whoever had orchestrated this attack. With gentle hands, he lifted the dwarf babe and whispered an ancient elven blessing of protection. "May the stars guide us both," he said, turning toward the depths of the Everwood. "For I fear we travel a path fraught with peril." 20 winters passed, and the dwarf child grew strong beneath the boughs of Lorline. Hidden within the secret glades of the Treewalkers, an ancient order of forest guardians, whose magic blended with the very essence of the woods, Thorin Oakenshield learned the ways of both stone and tree. Elder Elorian, the oldest of the Treewalkers, had taken the extraordinary risk of accepting the child into their sacred order. "The stars have patterns unknown to us," she had told a conflicted Elendil on that fateful night. "This child's path is woven with ours, though I know not how the tapestry shall appear when complete." Thorin grew tall for a dwarf, though still shorter than even the smallest elf. His copper beard was braided in the fashion of his hidden ancestors, yet adorned with wooden beads carved with elven runes of protection. In his hands, both the delicate elven bow and the sturdy dwarven axe felt equally at home, a walking contradiction in a world that insisted the two could never coexist. On his 20th naming day, as was the custom of the Treewalkers, Thorin journeyed alone to the heart of the Everwood, where the oldest tree in Lorline, the Elder Oak, stood sentinel over a pool of crystal waters. It was said that in these waters, one could glimpse the truth of one's soul. As moonlight filtered through the ancient canopy, Thorin knelt beside the still pool and gazed into its depths. The surface rippled without wind, and in its reflection, Thorin saw not his own face, but a grand mountain hall, pillars carved with intricate runes, and upon a throne of stone sat a dwarf king wearing a crown of gold and mithril. Your blood carries memories your mind does not recall. Young Oakenshield, the voice, deep and resonant as ancient wood creaking in a storm, came from behind him. Thorin turned to find himself facing the most extraordinary being he had ever seen, towering nearly 15 feet tall, with bark-like skin and a beard of twisting vines and leaves. Eyes, ancient and wise as the forest itself, gazed down at him. "Barkander," Thorin whispered in awe, recognizing the last of the Ents tree shepherds from the dawn of time, thought by most to be merely legends. "Few remain who remember my name," the Ent rumbled, his words slow and deliberate. "Fewer still who understand what it means that I speak to you now. Thorin, son of Thrain, Prince of Moria." The words struck Thorin like a physical blow. "Prince? There must be some mistake. I am a foundling, saved by Elendil from a caravan attack. No mistake," Barkander said, bending his ancient form to look more closely at the dwarf. "The attack was no accident. The caravan carried the heir of Durin's line to safety, fleeing a usurper who now sits upon your father's throne. You were meant to die that day, yet fate, or perhaps something more deliberate, intervened." The Ent's words opened a chasm in Thorin's understanding of himself. All his life, he had straddled two worlds, never fully belonging to either. Now, it seemed, there was a third claim upon his identity, one written in blood and birthright. "Why tell me this now?" Thorin asked, his voice barely a whisper. Barkander's eyes, deep as wells of amber, reflected the moonlight. "Because the prophecy speaks of this moment. When the last tree walker carries the blood of the mountain, his choice shall determine whether forest and stone survive or perish together." The Ent gestured toward the north, where beyond the forest lay the Ironspine Mountains, home to Moria. Already the enemy moves. The forests burn. Dwarven outposts fall silent. A shadow grows that threatens all who dwell upon Middle-earth. As if to confirm his words, a horn sounded in the distance, the warning call of the elven sentinels. 3 long blasts, intruders within the forest boundaries. "Go," said Barkander. "Your first test approaches. Remember, young prince, you alone can walk between worlds." In that lies both hope and doom. Flames licked at the ancient trees of the western border, angry orange fingers reaching upward into the night sky. Elendil, now captain of the forest guard, directed his warriors to form a defensive line as shadows moved through the smoke, roughly humanoid figures, wielding torches and curved blades. "Hold," he commanded as elven archers drew their bows. "They provoke us intentionally. Do not give them what they seek." Through the chaos ran Thorin, axe in one hand, an elven blade in the other. He had heard the horns and moved without hesitation toward the danger, as he had been trained to do. Yet as he approached the battle line, a new sound reached his ears, the deep, resonant horns of dwarves. From the western edge of the burning section of forest emerged a company of armored dwarves, their axes gleaming in the firelight. At their head rode a dwarf with a steel-gray beard and a crown of iron. "King Dane Ironfoot," murmured an elven warrior nearby. "What business brings the Lord of Moria to our borders?" The dwarf king raised his hand, and his company halted. "Elves of Lorline," his voice boomed across the clearing. "Your treachery ends tonight. Return what you have stolen, or face the full might of the dwarves of Ironspine." Confusion rippled through the elven ranks. Captain Elendil stepped forward, bow lowered but ready. "We have stolen nothing from your halls, King Dane. These fires were set by mercenaries bearing no mark of Lorline. Lies," roared King Dane. Just as you lied 20 years ago when your kind ambushed the royal caravan and murdered Thrain, my brother, and his entire family. The pieces fell into place in Thorin's mind like a key turning in a lock. The attack on the caravan, his family, had been no random act of violence. It had been assassination, and someone had worked very hard to ensure that elves would be blamed. Before Lyndal could respond, new figures emerged from the smoke, humans clad in black leather armor, their faces concealed behind masks of crude iron. They attacked both elves and dwarves with equal ferocity, turning the confrontation into a three-sided battle. "Ambush!" cried Elendil as arrows flew from the darkness. Thorin found himself in the heart of the chaos, defending an elven healer one moment and pulling a wounded dwarf to safety the next. His unique fighting style, blending elven agility with dwarven power, drew the attention of both forces. When one of the masked attackers lunged for King Dane, Thorin intercepted the blow with his axe, the impact sending shockwaves up his arm. The dwarf king stared in astonishment at the strange warrior who had saved him, a dwarf bearing elven braids and wielding both axe and elven blade with equal skill. "Who are you?" Dane demanded. Before Thorin could answer, Elendil appeared at his side. An arrow knocked and aimed at the retreating attackers. "He is one of us," the captain said firmly. "Impossible," Dane growled. "No dwarf can be one of you." Thorin looked between the two, the elf who had saved him as a child and raised him as his own, and the dwarf king who ruled the kingdom of his birth. In that moment, he understood what Barkander had meant. He alone stood between two peoples, poised on the edge of war, manipulated by an unseen hand. "I am Thorin," he said, lowering his weapons and standing tall between elf and dwarf. "Son of Thrain, raised by the tree walkers of Lorelind. And I believe we have all been deceived as the fires continued to burn around them, casting long shadows across the ancient forest floor. Thorin Oakenshield, the last tree walker of dwarven blood, faced his destiny. The prophecy had begun to unfold, and the choice that would determine the fate of both forest and stone now lay before him. In the depths of the Everwood, the ancient Ent Barkander whispered to the trees, "And so it begins."